Alright, I think we're live on YouTube as well now. Avilo Products, welcome. Hopefully I remember how to pronounce that correctly. I may have forgotten. I'm sorry. Yeah, got a bit of a cramped screen here again, but hopefully we can make do. I think I am successfully dual streaming now to YouTube and TikTok. I did this artist hangout once before a couple days ago, and my attempt to live stream on TikTok just completely blew up because I hadn't streamed in a couple months and they locked out my access to the display capture feature, which obviously is essential if I'm drawing on if I'm trying to live stream myself drawing on a screen. So, anyway, people on TikTok missed the first part. I was drafting a manga, like a 4-page manga story for a potential freelance client. That's what this is. Welcome, Miko Puranan. Hopefully I didn't butcher that too badly, sorry. And Matt Jerkowski on TikTok, thank you. Welcome, thank you for joining. Right. I think the live stream health looks okay on each platform. Let me know if in either place, TikTok or YouTube, my volume is bad. Because, yeah, I struggle with volume sometimes. Welcome Calder Vasold on YouTube. Welcome DJ Hillbilly on TikTok. Thank you for joining. And no offense as well. Thank you all for joining. So what I'm going to be doing today is trying to draw manga based on this draft that I created on Wednesday. This is page 1 that's on screen right now. Yeah, I got... Shoot, hold on. I'm positioning windows so that I have character sketches to reference. Yeah, here we go. Alright, we got Boone joined. Calder of Us Old says volume is good on YouTube. That's good to know. Alright, so I have the draft file open here. The first thing I'm going to do is save as so that I don't accidentally overwrite the draft. I want to keep the draft. So I'll just call that page1.svg. And then what I'm going to do here, I'm trying to keep track of how this looks on both YouTube and TikTok. TikTok's the layout is portrait mode, which is not great because I've got, you know, a horizontal Wacom screen here. I could turn it, but then the experience would be lower on YouTube, lower quality on YouTube. So it's a game of compromises. So on TikTok, we've got a little bit cut off here with the layers panel and all these other tools stuff, but hopefully you can see what I'm doing. What I'm going to do here is maybe keep this for now. This is just going to be the draft, or wait, storyboard. We'll call it storyboard layer. We'll hide that for now, and then we'll, you know what, maybe we won't hide it. Maybe we'll just set the opacity lower. It's locked. Yeah. And I want that on the layer. Now, if anybody wants to learn how to use Inkscape, there's a little trick here. There's a difference between selecting the layer itself versus if I were to click away here and then do Control A to select all the objects in the layer. There is a difference between those things. I'm going to select the layer itself using the Layer and Objects panel and then set the opacity on that. So that'll just be a reference for now. I'll lock that layer. Oh, and look, there's a little bit of... They can't see that on TikTok. There's a little icon here, and I can change those directly in the layer panel. That's cool. Actually, maybe I can show you guys on TikTok. Hold on. It's just right here. This little icon right here. Boom. Got all these settings for the layer itself. That's cool. They keep like updating Inkscape, and I use different versions from time to time on different systems. I have it on my work laptop, my personal laptop. I've got it on Linux and Windows, and so I'm always using different versions. I can't keep track. It's fun to see the new features they come up with sometimes. Okay, so falling behind here. Are you using InDesign? No, I'm using Inkscape here. He said, or Adobe Illustrator. This is Inkscape. It's free and open source software. You can just find it at inkscape.org. That's INKSCAPE, Inkscape. It's like the word ink and the word landscape mashed together. So on YouTube, Batman, DJ Batman, I think that's the same guy as Avelo Products. He says, I'm not sure if it's my speakers, but the YouTube audio seems a little low, but it could just be me. But I have you on my TikTok and YouTube, so you get more views. Oh, thank you, DJ. I appreciate that. That's very kind of you. Real Cygnus says, howdy. Welcome, Real Cygnus. He says, yep, Inkscape and GIMP for the win. I have been using Inkscape and GIMP since I was a very young child, like preteen, for Inkscape, and probably 6 years old for GIMP. So that's like going on almost 30 years now for GIMP, almost 25 years for Inkscape. I've been using these all my life, basically. They are great products. It looks exactly like Adobe, so fire. This is John on Inkscape or on TikTok. If my work wasn't paying for my subscription, yeah, like that's the thing. That's why I opted for these programs. My dad was a cheapskate, and I'm a cheapskate. Like we don't like paying for Adobe if we don't have to. So, and it works. Like there once upon a time, if you were using like 3D CGI or video editing, open source software wasn't really going to cut it, and you had to use proprietary stuff. But even those things are catching up with the free and open source. Like for most of my videos in the past year, I've been using KDN Live for video editing, and Blender has really matured. It's an awesome program now. So free open source software for the win. Zardy Blary Fast says, I started using Inkscape recently. Some great features such as the filters. Not very stable though. Yeah, are you using it on Mac? I was encountering some crashing on Mac a couple years ago. There's situations where, especially if it's a non-native platform and they've developed a port or a build for it on a non-native platform, that can seem unstable. But when I use it on Linux, it's rock solid, and I've learned workarounds even on Mac so that it's pretty solid. Open source software can be an adventure. I've often compared it as like wilderness survival. You don't have the support of a proprietary company like sponsoring all of your bug fixes, but it's adventurous and cheap. So how are things looking on? I gotta get drawing here. DJ Batman on YouTube says, if you want to use a Photoshop that is free, try Photopia. I assume that's how that's pronounced. I've actually never heard of that one. Real Cygnus says there are way more intuitive programs out there. I assume programs, but you can't even really own tools anymore. Hard pass on monthly fees. Was a big Coral fan back in the day. DJ Batman says, it's funny, I hear you first on TikTok before I hear you on YouTube. Yeah, I think YouTube has this like delay that it puts on. TikTok is like, it's like, TikTok is like a streaming platform and Zoom mashed together, built into one. it's really designed for like immediate interaction between people. Like, so I think they really, as a part of their design philosophy, engineered like zero delay. YouTube doesn't care. It's like, you know, if you want to have somebody join your live, just figure it out. Use Zoom or Restream or StreamYard or something. We don't care. We're not going to help. So YouTube has this delay. Anyway, Robert Douglas says, what are you drawing? I am drawing a manga. I did a draft, like storyboards, on, I think it was Wednesday evening. Might have been Wednesday. And so I'm going to be inking now, creating the final illustrations. It's for a potential freelance client. It's like a 4-page little story I created. If anybody caught me live on Wednesday, they saw me basically brainstorm and write this story from scratch. DJ Batman says, yeah, that we can blame on Microsoft. I think it means subscriptions. Yeah. Adobe was early in that game, though. To be fair. All right. I'm gonna try to get drawing here. So after this layer here, you can't even see it on TikTok now. After this layer, I'm gonna do. Now I'm gonna need like some foundation pencil work. Inking is not really for when you're developing proportions of characters or laying out the landscape of maybe landscape's a poor choice of words. Getting the lay of the land of your drawing. You need something more flexible for that. So I'm going to have a separate layer for sketch foundation, and then the ink is going to be on top of that. Just kind of a standard way of doing it. I'm going to lock this layer for now, go to sketches, and set my tool here. I'm going to choose like a blue color just to help it make it stand out, and a semi-transparent stroke. It was already transparent, but yeah. Kind of pretty low opacity. Try to simulate like a pencil, basically, because that's what I'll be doing. So if I'm like drawing a circle, you know, I can do a whole bunch of strokes, kind of get the average of them all, you know, and that gives me some leeway, gives me some grace period or some error margin for what I'm drawing. And then, like, you know, if I'm drawing a figure, I can just kind of get the rough sketch in place. This is just to demonstrate. This is not actually what I'm drawing right now, but yeah. So this would be the type of thing that I'm expecting to have on the sketches layer. And then if I'm going to the inking layer, I would then I'm not gonna change my tool settings because I just changed them to this, but I would make a more fully opaque stroke, make it black probably, at least when I'm starting out, and then I start adding color, things like that. I might even do another layer of like just color between, like, underneath the ink layer. So we'll see how that turns out. I'm gonna lock that again, go back to sketches, and we don't need that. That was just to demonstrate. All right, save that because I've set up the layers. Catch up on chat. We got some people in here on TikTok from like the Flat Earth debunking community. 8 inches per mile squared. Welcome. Gas pressure. I don't know if he's a flurf or a flurf debunker. Lots of people joining. Welcome, everyone. I appreciate you joining, hanging out. This is cool. And hey, by the way, if there are any flat earthers who stumble in here because I debunk flat earth or whatever, I'm not here doing that right now, but you are welcome. You know, just because we might disagree about shape of Earth does not mean we can't hang out while I draw. So, yeah. everybody's welcome here as long as they're not being jerks. I mean, what is there to be a jerk about? I'm just drawing. Cool. I'll count up on chat on YouTube and TikTok. All right, cool. So, the first thing here. Now, when I was drafting this, I had mentioned a couple times, like, that I was going to use, like, a blur for some layers that were supposed to look out of focus. And I mentioned, like, bokeh blur and lens blur as opposed to, like, Gaussian blur. And, like, some fine points about that. And then I was like, wait a minute. I can't actually think for sure if I have seen real, like, blur being used in genuine manga. So I actually asked ChatGPT, because I was concerned, like, if I do that, is it going to make it look less like manga? You know, I didn't, the client asked for manga specifically, so if I do that, is it going to impact the authenticity of the style? So, let's see. Yeah, I asked ChatGPT, my question for you is whether using this effect would have a big impact on the artwork's fitness in the manga style. How commonly or rarely do mangas employ bokeh/focal blur? And it said, traditional print-era manga pages, you almost never see true photographic depth of field or bokeh effects. Manga artists rely on line weight variation, screen tones, speed lines, and selective focus planes. For example, drawing only the character in full detail and leaving the rest nearly blank or just silhouettes to guide the eye. That said, in modern digital color manga covers, promotional art, light novel illustrations, and anime key visuals, you do see more painterly depth cues, often soft gradients, glow effects, and yes, even subtle bokeh to push the background elements back and make the focal subject pop. So it's basically saying, no, that's not really authentic manga style to use focal blur. Even though bokeh is a Japanese term, because Japanese artists have been big into that, apparently those are different Japanese artists, like photographers. So, like, most of the time if you see that in manga, it's going to be like cover illustrations or something where they're splurging on the expense or the technique of that particular illustration. It's for most of the, like, in novel pages, you're not going to see as much of that. So despite my love of focal blur and bokeh blur, I'm going to respect that. Since I'm trying to make this authentic to manga style, I'm not going to use focal blur. I'm going to try out some new techniques for depth cues and drawing focus. Anyway, enough about that. I'm going to actually start drawing here, if I can. Hold My Pocket says, hey Peter, long time no see. Welcome. Thanks for joining. Tori Hanzo says, hi everyone. Welcome. Got lots of people on TikTok joining. I got actually 217 viewers on TikTok. Stank Wallet says, what are you drawing? I'm drawing manga. I've got some pages of a story drafted, like storyboarded, that I did on Wednesday, and I'm just going to be inking them now. Yeah, I'm not doing Flat Earth versus Globe here tonight. Okay, so first panel here is going to be just basically, I don't know if I even need a sketch foundation for that panel. I'm gonna need it for the figures though. Okay, so we got, maybe I should show you guys the character sketches I had here. This is just, so there's three main characters in this manga. It's just a very short, like, 4-page story. Actually, there's only 3 characters. There's this chameleon creature, or not chameleon, salamander creature, and then there's a mom and her kid who are going hiking. So those are the character sketches. Those are the kind of the looks I'm going for. This is the mom talking to the kid here. Welcome, you are Victoria on YouTube. Okay, so I'm gonna need, maybe I actually, that storyboard might get in my way. We'll see. Maybe I need to turn down the opacity even more. Oh, that's a really convenient way of doing that. Okay. I'm going to turn down the width here, and the mass, maybe I can put that at 1. I need this even fainter. Not at 0. It's snapping, darn it. Okay, maybe that's good. Okay. Okay, so that's going to be her head. And she's going to be kind of looking over her shoulder. Trying to keep these proportions correct. Okay, this foot looks too big. Let me actually just grab that and scale it down. See how that looks. Head looks maybe a little too small. Not too bad. I'll finish out the arm here. Maybe the torso looks too big compared to the arm. Hold on. It's gonna be difficult separating these. Yeah, maybe I just need to redraw the arm. This is one downside to working in Inkscape for this kind of thing instead of a raster program like GIMP, Photoshop, Adobe Fresco, and I'm sure there are plenty of others. I feel like I've heard of others, but I can't remember their names now. Raster programs you could just like use an eraser. Some even vector programs you can. Inkscape isn't quite designed for this type of work, so it's, you know, I'm accommodating a couple of like limitations. I don't mind because Inkscape is kind of like, it just feels like home to me. But yeah, I have to actually grab each stroke and then delete instead of use just like an eraser. Okay, so made the arm a little bigger there. what am I trying to do? I need room for the hand in there because I want her to be kind of like bending her wrist a little bit to hold the backpack strap. And I feel like I'm not leaving room. But I also have to keep in mind like the 3D space. Maybe the reason I'm not leaving room is because I'm not making it 3D. Because her elbow's kind of out here, I think. Because that's, if you think in terms of like inverse kinematics, when we reach for a backpack strap, our elbow tends to go out. That's kind of the pose I'm going for here. Yeah, that's a little better. And then of course I got keep in mind a couple rules of thumb here. I'm gonna do this on screen instead of, normally I would just use hold up my fingers to the screen and move it like this, but since you guys can't see that, I'm gonna do it here this way. Let's see, just measuring like her thigh length here, roughly, and comparing to the length from her hip to her shoulder. Yeah, okay, so that proportion is not perfect. I should adjust that a little. Let's see, can I just move this up? Doesn't have to be perfect, this is just a sketch. Let's try that again. Let's see. Did that not even help? What am I doing wrong? This can be a little tough because it's like subjective, and your own imprecisions in measuring this type of thing can actually add up into like some weird gaslighting effects where you like feel like your proportions are off in one direction, and then you move them to fix it, and you measure again and they look farther off because your imprecisions are actually larger than the amount off that your drawing is. So I have to be careful of that. I mean, obviously, that movement right there of those strokes should make this better. So how am I measuring wrong? As long as I'm measuring consistently, it doesn't have to be like perfectly anatomically correct. If I measure in some consistent way, it will help ensure that the drawing I make will look consistent and correct to the eye. That's all that matters. It's a drawing. Okay, so I think maybe what happened was that I measured to like this front part of the hip instead of the back part of the hip, which since it's a 2D drawing, like obviously that's going to affect things. So I think that's maybe what I did wrong. Yeah, that's looking a little better. Okay, I'm going to catch up on chat here. Well, first I'll save. Welcome, Prax Germany. Have I modded you yet, Prax Germany? I think I have. Oh, okay, there it is. Moderator, cool. On YouTube, Cygnus says there's a new, I think, flat Earth echo chamber foot called No More Old Me. Went through all 12 socks in under 30 minutes just for posting some basic facts boiling. Yikes. Wow. That's pretty extreme. You're Victoria. This is actually very relaxing. Thank you. Well, thank you. Thank you for joining. I appreciate you being here. Real Cygnus says, I suck at art, except music perhaps. I'd say that's a... Okay. I'm just trying to draw an accurate picture, that's all. Cygnus. Alright, okay. This is another case where I'm forgetting 3D space. I don't know how common or rare it is for artists who do good figure drawing to struggle with that. That's something I struggle with, is to, like... It's not that I struggle to actually think in 3D space when I'm trying. It's that I struggle to remember to. So sometimes I draw something and then it's like, wait, I forgot. It's 3D. So this forearm here should be even more foreshortened than the other one, because it's like, you know, angled more toward the camera. So this is going to be where her hand is, right here, grabbing the other backpack strap. Okay. This type of drawing does result in large file sizes in Inkscape, at least compared to other types of Inkscape drawings. I don't know how it might compare to anything similar, like that you might draw in another program, but in Inkscape this is like, because as you can see, I'm just pouring strokes into this. Each one of these is a separate object, but yeah. All right. I'm going to try to separate the head strokes here. It's going to be difficult. There we go. Now that I have those selected, this is something you cannot do in Adobe Illustrator. You can do it in Inkscape though, which I love. You can move the strokes around to help you select something, and then you can undo your move and your selection is preserved. Boom. So I just used that technique, and that technique does not work in Adobe Illustrator. Okay, so giving her a little bit more of a neck here. Does that look okay? Does that look like a human? Figure drawing has not historically been one of my strong suits as an artist. I was always in my own world. I wasn't really tending to observe other people. My sister's actually a much better figure figure artist. She does much better figure drawing than I do, historically. I don't think she's a content creator on YouTube or anything, but... Oh, Prax Germany says, try to imagine the skeleton. That helped me a lot. Yes, that's a good tip, definitely. I feel like I've tried that before, and it just felt like an extra step, and like I just have this strong tendency to work around that step, using other strategies. It's not a bad strategy by any means, and it might even be better than the strategies that I've developed, but I feel like I at this point, if I tried to go that route, like in any like hardcore way of like imagining the skeleton, it would almost be a detriment for me rather than a help. Who knows? Hard to say. trying to get the figure correct here. Okay. So now that I have that figure drawn, I can work on the kid over here. I'm actually gonna group this. There. That way I don't mess it up later. What did I just do? Real Cygnus, you're getting a little rowdy out there on YouTube. That's not the kind of content I'm making here, okay? I'm not even going to read what he wrote for the people on TikTok. You can just use your imagination. Has to do with the fact that I drew a female, though. Real Cygnus is being a naughty boy. It wasn't even that bad, I'm just saying. That's just not the kind of content I'm making. Okay. So, often artists, when they do figure drawing or drawing of like characters, they'll have like what they call a face claim or a muse, some type of other character or person that they will like use as sort of a basis or an inspiration for how their character is supposed to look. One classic example of this that my mom often cites, because she was a big Marvel Comics fan when she was a kid, is Doctor Strange. The original comics of Doctor Strange were drawn to look like Vincent Price, specifically Vincent Price from the movie Raven. And you can see there's like obvious artistic parallels there, but like if you look back at the original comics of Doctor Strange, the character looks almost just like Vincent Price. So, I think my muse or face claim here, and I'm not even being that serious about it, because if I was, I would pull up pictures to actually reference, but I'm not being that serious. This is just like in my mind. In my mind, the face claim for the kid is the kid from Sixth Sense, the like Haley Joel Osment's character. Has nothing to do with what kind of story this is or anything. That's just like the face claim that I came up with. So we'll see how that turns out. And of course it can drift, you know, if it doesn't end up looking like him, but I still like the way that my character looks, that's fine. Like, it's just kind of the artist's process. At least in my experience. Okay. Here's another case where I'm using that technique of selecting, like moving to select and then undoing. Again, something you cannot do in Adobe Illustrator. Each program has its pros and cons like that, and trade-offs. One thing you can do in Adobe Illustrator that you can't do in Inkscape is select by just having the box of your selection just touch something. in Inkscape, it will exclude from the selection unless the entire object is inside your selection box. In Illustrator, all it has to do is touch. So it's sort of, depending on the situation, one can be better or the other, but that's just how each program works. Little tidbit. I was switching back and forth a lot for work in the last few years, and that's why I have all these, like, all this trivia in my brain about the ways that Inkscape or Illustrator compare and contrast. Okay, so time for the legs. They're walking uphill, by the way. If they were not walking uphill, then this would be a problem. The fact that, like, the heel of this foot actually is higher than the toe of this foot, like, even though it's supposed to be closer to the camera, like, that would be a big problem. But in this case, they're walking uphill, so it's probably fine. That would make sense spatially. I feel like the kid's leg here should be a little more extended. Can do a little bit of the clothing strokes here in this sketch layer, especially if it, like, essentially defines what we're looking at. Then it's sometimes helpful for me. Yeah, I don't think his knee would be that high. Gonna have to. Here's where it does help me. What Prax Germany suggested, to remember the skeleton, basically. Although I do it, like, kind of in my mind as I'm drawing, rather than put it on the page itself. And I'm gonna have to resize him, I think, because his feet are radically wrong for where her feet are. But I'll finish drawing him first. Then look at what I've got. Yeah. Picked up a few strokes from the upper leg I didn't want to. Bend that. He's putting a lot of weight on this foot because he's walking uphill. And that looks a little funny. Why does that look so funny? I'm gonna have to redraw this. That's the whole point of this stage, is that I can very cheaply and quickly iterate on the basic layout of the drawing and the proportions of the characters, because it's very easy for me to get it wrong. Okay. This foot looks maybe too big. What is going on? Why does this look so wrong? Okay. One thing is that these pant folds are wrong. It's because I didn't remember 3D space. Again, they're coming toward the camera here a little bit because there's thickness to his leg. We should be seeing his torso a little from the side, which means the torso should be thinner. And this should not be quite so much like that. What did I just erase? Okay. Yeah, we should be seeing more of his, a little bit farther along his back here. No, that's not right. Maybe here's a case where I maybe should actually think about the skeleton involved. Alright. Yeah, backing up. Yes, this process can be a little frustrating, but again, that's why I'm doing the sketches. I anticipated a little bit of iteration here, so you know, I don't feel that frustrated or disappointed. Just gotta kind of work it into the process when you have to user 03478987 on TikTok. We are not doing that on this live stream. We're not having that conversation. He's talking about flat versus globe. That's not what I'm here for tonight. Okay. This is kind of a representation of the kid's pelvis. Like Prax Germany suggested, keeping in mind his skeleton. This is kind of his rib cage. And is that better? Does that look okay? I don't know why that's different from what I had, but it helps, I guess, sometimes to take a step back and do it right. Alright, now I'm going to try to draw in a little bit of the flesh and muscles and clothes. Actually, hold on. What is that? Hold on a second. Let me finish what I'm doing, and then I'm going to have to look at that, whatever that is. Some little glitch that came out of the pen tool, I think. Oh, frick. I just undid... whatever. I'll look at it now. What is this? I'm kind of curious. What? A slice? It's calling it a slice. What is a slice? Well, I'll be... Hold on. Is it just an ellipse? Yeah. It's a circle. Okay, so I must have been in the wrong tool for a second. That was weird. That was a weird little thing that happened. Whatever. Moving on. I'm going to select these bone strokes. Come on. What? Okay. Maybe I'll group them and make them transparent. And then keep working on the other layer here. I don't know if you guys heard that. That was probably the host's dog, like, scratching against the door. Our unit adjoins the host's living space. Okay. So here it's going to be an interesting shape of these cloth folds because we're kind of seeing a foreshortened profile on them. On these, I mean. We're kind of coming around the leg toward the camera here. That doesn't quite look right, but I might be able to fix it later. Okay, that's a little better. Looking like a human now. I don't know if I thought this through. I got a weird thing on my screen. Turn on filter keys? No. Weird Windows thing. Oh, Lindsay Poe says hi all on YouTube. Welcome. Thank you for joining, Lindsay Poe. We still have a bunch of people joining on TikTok. Welcome, everyone. Lindsay Poe says, is this a continuation of the last session? Yes, this is, I'm trying to do the final artwork for the manga that I started on Wednesday. Oh gosh. Live will end if I don't do a little puzzle piece thing. Thanks, TikTok. Yes, I'm a human being. Okay, back to work. It's not perfect, but it's good enough, I think. Maybe I should, maybe there is something I can do to improve this a little. Do I have everything selected that I want? Yes. So, his lower body looks a little bit large, I think? Maybe that's the problem? Yeah, because like your elbows should fall just near the bottom of your rib cage, and your hands, if you just let them lie, uh, let them dangle like, or let them hang like flat to your side, the tips of your fingers should reach, somewhere on your somewhere like on your thigh near your knee, but not quite as far as your knee. That does differ a little bit for kids, and this character's a kid. Um, but I think it's okay. One thing is his waistline looks a bit wrong. And I can't do that because that just... Okay, maybe... Maybe it's just the torso that needs to change. I think the host dog hears me talking on my live stream and is like intent on getting to me. It can't. There's a closed door there, closed unlocked. But it's like, it's a little nerve-wracking. All right. Do I have everything selected that I want selected? Let's see how this looks. I'm gonna squash this horizontally. Okay. How's that? I feel like the left arm is better than the right arm. Yeah, there's a lot of artists who could just breeze through this stage, and I have to struggle with it a little bit. Um, I have to kind of work at it for some time to get this part right. It's not horrible. Maybe it's good enough. This is just a manga. Maybe it's good enough. I'm just gonna call it good enough. What is that? There's... Oh my goodness. Look at that. This stroke is all the way out here. That's funny. Doesn't matter. Alright, so what are we going to do with this kid now? I need to make him smaller. Kinda, yeah. Alright, should I actually give him a hat? In this storyboard, I drew a little hat. You can faintly see it here if your screen settings are correct. I don't know. I can see it on my screen. There's like a little hat here in the draft, the storyboard. And then I forgot about it and kept storyboarding, and he doesn't have a hat later. Maybe his hat could fall off and get destroyed by the volcano. And add a little bit of spiciness to the story. I don't know. Anyway, these are okay, I think, to proceed. Let's look at our layers here. I'm gonna actually copy these. Add a new layer. Let's just call it dialogue. Paste in place, and I think it adjusted the opacity on those because they had a transparent parent object. Let's lock those. And actually, I think I'm going to hide them for now. Turn the opacity up a little on this. And we're pretty much ready to start with inking this sucker. Maybe I should turn down the opacity here. Not black, fully opaque now. All right. Just quick water break. TikTok was like, no sound detected, oh no! Yeah, because I muted myself while I'm drinking water. I appreciate it looking out for me, but that was intentional. Alright, let's look at what we're doing here. Now, for some object in the scene, I don't want the ink to be fully black. Especially, like, for example, what I was reading from ChatGPT earlier about using basic ink and colors for depth cues and focus. So, on a wide shot, like establishing shot of a landscape like this, I definitely want some hint of atmospheric perspective, but we can worry about color after I draw the initial strokes. Let's go ahead and actually draw the panel line here. That is way too thick. That's better. Alright, so then we need to remove that stroke again, put back the fill. Okay. Calm down, dog. Oh my gosh. Lindsay Bo says no Katie today. She's around. She might have gone to take a nap. She wasn't feeling well earlier. I don't know. Something you never see in mangas that I can think of is like these little curlicues. In more like Western style cartoons, they really lean into like the natural swoop of your wrist when you're making a stroke. So you often see like these curlicues. And when I draw those, and if I'm trying to imagine this as a manga, I feel like that's out of place. Like more like Japanese traditions involve kind of a more slow, careful approach to the line work. And of course, like, there's no object that's in real life that's going to have like a curly cue cut out of it like that. That doesn't make any sense. So, yeah, I think I'm going to have to try to be careful of those. There's a aspect of this that is going to be torturous because I have to actually fill in the areas between the strokes. And because these are variable width strokes in Inkscape, the way that they're designed, I can't just like select them and put on a fill. You know, the way that I could if I was using if I was using a fixed width stroke like this, you know, that you can see that automatically put a fill. You know, this is a fixed width stroke. You can see the Bezier curves are defined in the center of the stroke, and it's the style uses the SVG stroke instead of the SVG fill. If I put a fill on it, that's in between those lines, right? But that's fixed width. SVG, which is a W3 standard, the World Wide Web Consortium, and that is the file format that Inkscape uses, which is another nice thing about Inkscape conforming to standards, you know. It does not have, the SVG standard, to my knowledge, does not have a feature for this type of object with a variable width stroke. So the way that Inkscape works around that with this calligraphic pen tool is if I do that, let's see if I can change the settings here and zoom in so that you guys can see. We've got a situation where the stroke that I drew with my pen is actually the width of the whole object. And it's putting, in SVG standard terms, it's putting two strokes, two like path curves, one on each side of the calligraphic pen stroke. So that the inner area of the object, the fill of the object, is the stroke. And if I put an SVG stroke on it, then it's like outlining the stroke. It's like strokeception or something. So the result of that is that it's not quite as easy to fill. Like if I draw, you know, a person, right? That's a really stupid looking drawing, but you get the point. It's not as easy to fill this area. Some programs have developed workarounds for this. Like I've used Toon Boom Animate before, and you can use like a bucket tool where it will try to guess, you know, because like the problem is there's gaps here, right? Like this is not a cohesive area. So for example, Toon Boom Animate will try to, like, if you put a bucket tool here, there's settings for this, but like it will try to guess, like, okay, this stroke comes close enough to this stroke that we'll just jump that gap, you know, and it'll create a fill for you with one press of the screen, which is nice, but sometimes it guesses wrong, you know, like it might think that this is you know, a gap it should close, and so it would incorrectly jump this gap and start following the wrong stroke, you know. Or, you know, it might guess in the wrong place, like put the gap closing here instead of here or something. There's limitations, and it's also not a feature of Inkscape. No system is perfect, so like the concessions that we're working with here, basically I would have to either work on closing every gap so that I could then use the strokes I've drawn as a basis for the fill, or this is my preferred workaround, sort of, is to, once I've drawn the strokes, go ahead and define my own fill. Just redraw all the strokes, but this time for the fill. Which is, you know, you could look at it as like kind of agonizing, because I'm having to, oh my gosh, Windows is, oh my gosh, it's saying, do you want to turn on sticky keys? Disable this keyboard shortcut in ease of access. Keyboard. Yes, I want to 100% disable that, because that is annoying as freak. Allow the shortcut key to start sticky keys. No. Turn that off. Toggle keys. That's numlock. I'm not going to be holding numlock. Use filter keys. No. Turn that off, because that's pressing and holding the right shift key for 8 seconds. I do not want that. Okay, cool. Yeah, because I need to hold the shift key in order to do this. Anyway, so you see I'm having to redefine the outer stroke here in order to put a fill on it. And it's not going to be perfect, because sometimes I might miss, you know, like right here. You see there's a little gap here. So there's pros and cons to everything. Nothing is perfect. But that's the process I'm going to use, and it's going to be, you know, some people might be frustrated with the process. I don't mind. I've gotten used to it. Because I'm focused on, you know, getting a good finished product, however it takes. I've actually been doing this for many, many, many years, illustrating this way in Inkscape. You can see a lot of my work on my portfolio at petermarkley.com. Almost all of like the cartoon line work that you see there was done in Inkscape using this method that I just showed you. So, and that's going back years and years and years. So yeah, these delicate lines that I'm creating here, I'm as I'm doing them, I'm aware in the back of my mind I am creating more work for myself right now by making these lines all, it's like so delicate. Um, it's almost easier if you've got a line that's like that, that follows the curvature of the wrist, because then you can actually follow this with fewer Bezier curve segments. You can draw fewer nodes if you pick the Bezier curve tool, like I was doing. That shape right there is going to be easier to create a fill for than this shape. So the manga style I'm going for here is almost the worst case scenario for this. Oh my gosh, those dogs. You guys probably hear that, don't you? Oh my gosh. That's what we're dealing with. Oh, I'm in the Bezier tool. Not the calligraphy tool. Nobody asked you, dogs. I think they're a bunch of poodles. I'm not sure. I actually don't even know for sure how many there are. When they all get barking like that, that sounds like there's 37 of them. It's not really 37. Okay, so probably shouldn't spend too much time on this panel because the people layer is going to be much more involved. Natural landscape forms, you just kind of wiggle your wrist as you're drawing and it kind of works. That's not going to work with the people, so might as well use that cheat while I can. Alright, so I'm going to try to get some more width variation here by like pressing more lightly with a wider stroke. What is that even supposed to be? I don't know what I'm doing there. I feel like there should be a little bit of a, yeah, that's a little better. A little bit of a lip there to create a more of a three-dimensional profile for that. For why there's a bump there on the thing. going to be, maybe this area is broken up a little bit more. More faceted. Not looking too bad here. I need to watch my posture. My shoulder's starting to hurt. Welcome everyone on TikTok who just joined. And Lindsay Bo does a dog in the loudspeaker emoji, yep. Fortunately, they get bored quickly, most of the time. Alright. So I kind of want there to be a little bit more foliage here. A little bit more tree coverage. But I think what it should do is like follow the folds of the mountain. Sort of. My own hand got in the way. I couldn't see what I was doing here. I am experimenting a little bit here. Like, I don't fully know what I'm going to be doing. With all of these strokes. Okay. Now we need some things in the far background. I'm going to make these less detailed on purpose, just like ChatGPT said. Those are going to be yeah, there we go. Alright. Then we need some... This, I want some thicker line variation. So start out thick here, get very thin as it gets toward the cone. Try that again. Yeah, that's better. Okay, I like the top part of this stroke, but not the bottom part. Here's a trick that I do in this situation where I want to cut the stroke. Although, shoot, I've just noticed a curly Q right here. Remember what I said about those. I don't think those look quite natural in this style context. So I'm going to actually forget about cutting that stroke and just redo the whole thing. There we go. Okay. I'm going to have to think carefully how to group these and how to color them, because I don't want them to all be the same color, and coloring is going to be very important here. And yes, the client did ask for color. They said vibrant colors. So we can't get away with like a typical black and white manga here. I also want some clouds. Not smoke clouds, but like normal weather clouds. That's too choppy, I think. Now the stroke thickness it looks a little wrong here because everything is completely bold black. I think if the contrast is much lower on these like more like deeper background elements, then the thick stroke width is going to be less of a problem. It's not going to draw your eye as much or look as unbalanced. Just keeping that in mind. Okay, so I'm gonna start trying to group these by color roughly. There's the white clouds, there's the smoke cloud, and I don't want to carry part of the mountain with it. That's better. Group that. Now these are going to be a little tricky. I do want subtle color variations between the layers of trees here, so unfortunately I have to be very picky about what I select and group here. What's that? Yeah, there we go. I'll go ahead and group that. And then I accidentally hit it twice. I'll go ahead and show you what I was saying about cutting a stroke though, just for fun. Let's say you draw the perfect stroke at the top and then you mess up at the bottom and you want to cut it. Like I said before, Inkscape does not have an eraser tool. So what I do is I just draw a stroke through the part that I want to cut and then select both. It's important the order they go in. I think the one on top is going to be subtracted from the one on bottom. So since I drew the stroke last that I'm using to cut this stroke, I think that's why this works. Anyway, select them both, and then Control minus sign, and then Control Shift K to separate the different pieces of the stroke, and delete that one. So that's demonstrating how you can cut a stroke. Another aspect here that I thought about telling you guys was that here's a group of two strokes, right? There's the cloud on the left and then the cloud on the right. If I descend into this group and select one, you can see there's a style on this stroke. If there was no style, you wouldn't be able to see it. Right. And what I could do to color this group is to select all inside the group and change the color that way. Right? Or I could just select the whole group and then apply a style to that group. And what that's doing is it's overriding the styles of the children in the group. Having a style that then is overridden. Am I still good, guys? Am I still streaming? Was there a hiccup or anything? Anyway, hopefully I'm still streaming. What I was saying is having a style on one layer of the hierarchy and then overriding it on another layer of the hierarchy seems a little messy to me for some reason. But I've never encountered any problems where it like creates an issue. Maybe like if you had a child element that had like an actual stroke on it, you know, like this, for example. And the stroke was undefined on the group, then if you were trying to do a fill on the group to override the children elements, it's overriding the fill but not the stroke, and so that could be a problem. You could fix that by overriding the stroke like this, and saying not undefined but explicitly no stroke. That's a way to fix it. Or you could go in and remove the stroke on the child element, or you could just avoid the whole thing by making sure that wherever the style is defined, that's where you change it. What's going on here? Is that actually undefined? That's weird. Yeah, so there's lots of ways to do it. You just have to keep in mind your document structure and your like what data you're putting into the document and how it's going to affect that document. As long as you keep all of that in mind, you should be good to go. Otherwise it doesn't matter how you handle the problem, as long as you don't do something that you didn't mean to that has unintended consequences. So in this situation, I'm probably just going to override this stroke color on the group level. We'll see. Anyway, back to what I was doing. Okay, got a group there. Got a group there. And that's all the foreground trees. I might even group these. 4 objects. 1, 2, 3, 4, yeah. And then I'm gonna go in and try to separate the tree line here. Another thing I have to keep in mind here is object layering in the scene, because if they're the same color, then the order or arrangement of the objects in like the Z like depth axis doesn't really matter. And you know that's how it is right now because all of these strokes are black. But as soon as I make them different colors, their order is going to matter, because if they overlap, the one in front is going to be the one that has the color showing. You would see what I meant later on in the process, and maybe you will. But that's another thing I'm keeping in mind. That's why I'm grouping all these, to make sure that they don't get intermingled depth-wise. Okay. Group that. Now we're getting to the point where this should become easier. Yeah. Group that. I'm going to make sure to, just right now, right off the bat, to send this one to the back using this button right here. Shoot, it won't let me hover and show the tooltip. I mean, it's the object, wait, maybe it's layer? Edit? I know the keystroke and I know the button on the toolbar, but okay, here it is, lower to bottom. This is the command I was about to do. You can see the keystroke is the end key. Like there's page up, page down, and then end. There's home, page up, page down, and end. Those are the 4 keystrokes for arranging objects in the depth order in Inkscape. Okay. Deselect that, and we got the mountain strokes now. Cool. Now the order of these objects is probably all out of whack. I'm going to grab these 2, press home, that brings them to the front. Deselect that one, press home again, make sure that one's the most front. Okay, we are done inking panel 1. Pretty much. Should I color this panel or move on to the next one? I'm gonna grab a tissue. I'll be right back, guys. I am back. Okay, so I think I want to move on to the coloring of the next one. But I'm having some issues. I was using my leg to lift the Wacom pad a little higher so that I wasn't hunching over so much and ruining my back or my shoulder. But then my leg fell asleep, so I'm looking for a different way to handle this. Maybe I'll just use the walk-on box. How's that? You know what? I think I need a snack too. I'll be right back. Normally I wouldn't make you guys sit here watching me eat, but my thought is if I make sure that I'm comfortable, it will really help improve my stamina for working on the drawing while I'm on the stream. So thanks for sitting tight here for a second. Lindsay Bo put a cheese emoji and a timer emoji on YouTube. Like cheese time. Lindsay Bo knows what's up. Okay, last thing, I'm almost out of water. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back, and my camera is way out of focus. Hello? Come on. Oh, there it goes. Okay. Thank you guys so much for your patience. We had like 350 people still on TikTok just chilling with me, and with a blank screen there for a minute while I took a break. Thank you so much for your patience. How many people are on YouTube? Got a couple people on YouTube still. Okay, 1 second. My wife informs me that I read that incorrectly. It was only 350 total views, not current watchers or current viewers. So I guess I had that wrong. Well, whoever is still here, thank you for watching. Thank you for hanging out with me. Okay. Now, here is the interesting part. I feel like if this was a traditional manga, the artist here would use a straight edge. I don't really have a straight edge. I got this like remote here. Maybe I could use the remote. Does that count? It's sort of getting there. It leaves some room for rounded corners, which I can do freehand, I think. Yeah, there we go. There we go. I'm actually shocked at how well that just worked. Tori Hanzo says, I'm here. Thank you for being here, Tori. Lindsay Bo says, Katie always keeping you grounded. LOL. Yes, she does. She definitely does. I definitely love and appreciate Katie for many reasons, that certainly included. He says, I'm old, I don't know what a manga is. It's basically just Japanese comic, like art, or Japanese graphic novels. You can think of it like anime, but not moving. Anime, I don't know if there's like an etymological relation between that and the word animated, but it definitely implies like a moving image, like a cartoon. Manga is basically just the still image comics or graphic novels in somewhat that same style. Yes, like anime. So you often, like, manga is like a print, usually a print medium, rather than a video medium. The freelance client that I am doing this for asked for manga. Normally that's not like the style I major in. Okay. Now I can do these corners freehand, but I have to be careful because I don't want the quality to look super mismatched. I might have to adjust them after I draw them. Oh, that one worked. Got a few people who joined on TikTok. Welcome. Some people, I think, just join and then leave because they're swiping through. Or they just join to see what it's about, what kind of stream this is. See if they like it or want to stay. And once their curiosity is satisfied, if they're not hooked, they click away. I actually do that often myself with live streams, especially if it's like somebody that I want to support, like a friend who I like or whatever. Want to pop in and see how they're doing, but like I might not have time to sit there and watch a live stream. Very relatable, very understandable. I hold no grudges. Oh, I like that stroke. Is there a way to kind of keep that? Okay, this is something I almost never do here, because I'm usually trying to just stick to the freehand method with this type of artwork in Inkscape, but I'm actually going to edit the nodes on a stroke I drew here. There. I love the way that looks. Using a stupid remote as a straight edge just leveled up my manga style. My manga style points. That is awesome. Just goes to show you the importance of technique. Wow. I'm actually stunned. That's amazing. Like, if you're trying to mimic a style that another artist has done, using the techniques that they use sometimes goes a long way. Obviously, there's a lot that I'm not doing the same way as a traditional manga artist. A traditional manga artist did not have a computer, and I am literally drawing digitally using a Wacom pad. So it's a fundamentally different context. I'm not using a print medium at all. But there's certain things that I can still imitate in the technique that will help me imitate the result. Apparently. And I'm going to keep using it, too. Oh, that's the wrong freaking tool. Okay, now, in this case, I think I want the stroke to be a little thinner, so I have to press a little less. That's a lot thinner. Maybe it's okay, though. Man, achievement unlocked. I'll tell you what. What am I doing? This has just allowed me to do, it's almost stupid how simple this technique is. Like, just having a straight edge when I'm drawing on a Wacom pad. I don't know why I've never thought of that before. I have literally never thought of that. I guess because when I was drawing on paper using graphite, I've kind of never used a straight edge for that because with a pencil on paper, it's so much easier to just draw a straight line freehand, for me at least. So I guess it just, like, because of that, like, formative experience, I just put straight edges out of my mind. Gotta catch up on chat here. On YouTube, Tori Hanzo says, both you and Katie seem very artistic, as in arts and drawing. At least that's what it seems like after having spent time in Katie's Discord corner. Lindsay Bow says, once again, I'm reminded of heavy metal. That was something you mentioned on Wednesday. Yes, that's probably a fair comparison. Katie Markley says to Tori Hanzo, Peter is best with art. I'm better with music in spite of using Suno for the meme songs. Laugh emoji. And I guess meme creativity, lol. Peter Markley actually has an art degree, though. I just make memes. Thanks for the the compliments, Katie. She definitely has a fun sense of humor with her memes. People love her. I love her in many ways. People love her for her memes and her sense of humor. Got some people on TikTok just hanging out. Tori says, cool, thanks. Alright, so, yeah, this... having these thinner lines with the straighter edges allows me to improve the level of detail that I'm putting into this object, which is important because it's in the foreground. Yeah, I don't know if I need the straight edge here. I can just kind of because it's a much shorter distance I'm covering with the stroke, so the opportunity for my hand to wobble while I'm drawing the stroke is much less. Which is and that's what happens, like when I'm drawing a stroke. If I'm trying to make it straight and my hand wobbles, like, and that makes it not straight. That looks wrong. I think I need another stroke down here. There we go. It's like magic. I just can't believe I never thought of that before. It's so stupid simple. There are people who would probably laugh at me for not thinking of that, especially since, like, my wife is in here, like, bragging about my art degree. It's like, didn't you use a straight edge in art, like, in art college ever? Honestly, no, I don't think I did. I have been in art classes where I did use a straight edge. But that was when I was a kid. Like, I don't think that even counted toward my college degrees. The college degrees, surprisingly, almost none of the coursework there taught you how to actually draw. There were a couple of classes that helped teach you how to draw, like, oh man, wrong tool. Like, figure drawing. That's a whole different story, though. I actually never took figure drawing. I almost don't even want to tell you guys why. It's kind of silly. You can probably tell I never took it either. Like, that's why I struggle with figures. Anyway, yeah, that is a awesome looking sign right there. Wow. I love how that turned out. We are off to the races with the manga style here. Oh my goodness. Yeah. I'm pleased with myself. I'm actually pleased with myself here. All right. Now I'm going to take this lesson a step further and not freehand the text here. There's something I can do. You guys are going to love this. This is some Inkscape wizardry that I'm about to pull off here. Okay, we got text here, right? Object, or wait, text. I know the keystroke. Where is this in the menus? Object, path, text. Okay, forget it. I'm just gonna use the keystroke. It's convert to path. I was trying to show you guys where it was in the menu. I wish I knew. Like, where is this? It's gonna be grayed out now, probably, because it's already... Man. Control Shift. The keystroke is Control Shift C. Oh, there it is, right there. Right there, object to path. Is that even visible on TikTok? That is not visible on TikTok. Let me show you guys. I mean, since I've got you here, like, why shouldn't I, you know, share what what my thought process is? There it is, object to path. Okay, so this is now a path instead of a text object. Now, here's the Inkscape wizardry I was talking about. Is it in extensions? Where is this? Modify path, I think. Perspective. Oh, wait a minute. This extension requires 2 selected objects. Right, okay. Kind of forgot how to use it. So, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to use the Bezier pen tool. I'm going to click carefully in 4 spots. Make 4 nodes at the 4 corners of where this text should be. And I'm going to make sure to follow perspective. Notice that it gets a little wider toward the right edge. I'm going to fix that a little. That's where we want the text to be. And I can't remember if there's rules about which, like, how to specify which object is which. Bingo! Haha, it worked. Look at that! That is awesome. Okay, that is awesome. Now, I might want to do something more with this. And no, forget it. It's fine. It's fine the way it is. Oh, and Fornicated is here. Welcome. Lindsay Bo says, "Hey Dan, good to have you here. Thanks for joining." Okay, now I'm gonna draw the oh, that's the wrong style. I'm gonna draw the salamander silhouette now that goes on the sign. I'm going to be a little more careful with it than I was in the storyboard phase, obviously, because this we want to actually, you know, look like the animal. And Fornicated says, "My daughter should be watching this. She does digital art. I am the worst art hack. They should charge me crimes against humanity." Oh, it can't be that bad. I mean, being bad at art was never a crime unless you act like you're good at art, and you're not as good as you act like. You know, there's people out there. But that opens a can of worms of who gets to decide, what's good art or bad art, and yeah. We just won't go there. Okay, so we got Salamander silhouette here going on. Katie says, my phone wants to autocorrect unfornicated to unfortunate. If you caught my 9-hour live stream last night, unfortunate is an apt term. Unfornicated says, dude, stick figures require effort, but I can make a great network diagram, though. So unfornicated, what kind of art does your daughter do, if I may ask? Or you said digital art, but I guess I'm curious if there's more detail that you want to share about that. Okay, now, I wonder if I should do the same thing to this that I did to the text. I can. It's certainly possible. It's going to be more subtle because this shape is less rectilinear than the text. So the perspective effect is going to be less noticeable. But why not, right? Like, oh, that's a group anyway. Is that going to work on a group? Let me see. Let me see if it works. I might have to merge those paths. Modify path, perspective. Ah! It did it wrong. Wonder if this will help. So I suspect it takes into account the order of the nodes in the path. So just now I drew this top left node first. When I did the text, I might have done the bottom left node first. I think that might be the problem. So let me go ahead and break the path here and rejoin it to basically set that bottom left node as first. And let me see if that fixes it. Modify path perspective. Okay. Now it's complaining about it being a group. That's a little odd that it didn't complain the first time, but now it does complain. It actually worked the first... I'm trying to see if I can... Seeing if I can trick it into working again. Oh my gosh, I tricked it. Why does that work? That's so weird. Okay, whoever wrote that extension in GIMP, very cool work, but there's a little bit of a UX glitch there that you might want to be aware of if you're still developing it. That's funny. Okay, back to work. Actually, I'm probably gonna go ahead and fill in this shape on the ink layer. Because why not, right? I don't want it to be a different color than the strokes because that's not gonna look very much like a sign, right? So let me just go ahead and do that here on the ink layer. We'll just call the whole object ink. And this is where the work gets a little delicate. I have to zoom in super far and watch what I'm doing here. Oh, Unfornicating answered my question. She does a little of everything. She paints, she draws, and she uses Adobe Procreate. Or maybe that's not Adobe. The app called Procreate. Just so we're clear, I don't think he's saying that he has that his daughter's a mom already. She mostly draws animals, anime, and game characters. She made a great doodle of Captain America for me that is on my fridge. Just a little 2-inch by 3-inch pen drawing. It's sort of got Funko vibes. I told Oblivia that you were doing this and asked me to say it for her. Well, thanks for sharing that stuff. That's very cool. Not sure what that last message means. I'm a little confused by that, but no matter. So what I'm doing right now, I went into detail about this earlier. I can repeat some of the concepts here, but basically, Inkscape uses the SVG standard. It stands for Scalable Vector Graphics. It's a W3 standard established by the World Wide Web Consortium, the same organization who does HTTP. Is it HTTP? Well, I know they do HTML, CSS, JavaScript. All of those are W3 standards established by the World Wide Web Consortium. They're technologies that the internet uses, right? So SVG is an image format, a vector image format that's defined by the same organization. Inkscape, being free open source software, had no reason to develop its own proprietary image format or document format, so they just used the free standard, SVG. The downside is that SVG does not have a variable width stroke concept in it. You have a path, which is defined by nodes and Bezier curves connecting those nodes, as I'm showing right here with the Bezier pen tool. And you can define fixed width strokes that follow those paths, or you can define fills in between, like in the inner region between the path segments. All that to say, if I want a variable width stroke, like with this with these calligraphic strokes here that I used. There's Inkscape basically uses a trick to do that. And the result is, long story short, I can't just, you know, click a button to add a fill between these strokes. So I have to actually redefine, like, go over all the strokes again using the Bezier pen tool. It's a little bit agonizing, but, you know, got to do what I got to do. And I just accidentally closed the path. Okay. Unfornicated says, and she asked me to save it for her. Typing on the phone while cooking. Okay, I get it. Oh, okay, so you're saying that you told Oblivia that I am streaming about my artwork, and she said to save the live stream for her. Is that what you're saying? That's cool. Thank you. I appreciate that. I hope she finds it entertaining when she watches later, if that's what you're saying. Okay, I gotta see what I'm doing here. So I'm gonna change that stroke color and send it back. Okay. And picking up where I left off. I just accidentally kind of clicked a button that closed the path I was creating when I wasn't ready to close it, so I had to, that's why I had to change that style and keep going. Or before I kept going. Gotta stay hydrated. The keystrokes and stuff to draw these Bezier paths, it's just something you gotta learn if you're gonna do this. I don't know that there's any, like, helpful insight or wisdom or whatever I can provide. You just gotta learn the keystrokes, basically. Like, learn the node types. You know, there's smooth nodes and corner nodes, and it's gonna create a symmetrical smooth node when you click and drag. So you can see the handle is like opposite the node from where I left the next handle. You know, you see that example here. Unless I press and hold shift, then it creates a corner node where it breaks. So what I can do is position the backward facing handle and then press shift to change where I'm moving the next handle. And I just kind of get into a flow of doing that. Like I said, I've actually been doing this for like over 20 years. So it's like body memory for me. There's also an element of like knowing how Bezier curves work and sort of getting a feel for them so that you can predict where the Bezier curve is going to fall if you put a node in a certain place. Like knowing, okay, there's a little bit of a wobble here in the stroke I'm trying to follow. You know, so I might need an extra node here. You know, because I can't get a Bezier curve to follow that wobble, so I need an extra node. It's just, yeah. I don't know what else to say about it except you got to get a feel for it if you're doing this. I mentioned before when I talked about fill strategies or whatever. Unfornicated says exactly, you're correct. I'll turn you into a cryptologist in no time by deciphering my text. You're typing on your phone while cooking, and you took the time to type out cryptologist and deciphering. I guess it was worth it for the humor. All right. So what I was saying earlier when I was talking about fill strategies, I mentioned a few other programs that might have different techniques for like filling in the area between strokes that you draw. But this is just basically the strategy that I've developed using Inkscape, and this is how I'm used to doing it. This is how I like to do it. It works. I don't know. I like it. So there we go. We have a sign with a salamander on it. Very cool. I'm gonna okay, so what I want to do is group the sign itself. Oh, I already did. Shoot, wait. I did not do what I meant to do. Ungroup that. How about I do it this way? Group and group. Yeah, because I won't. This is like a this is like one of those metal signpost materials. That's going to be one color, and then the strokes for the sign itself are going to be a different color. So I need to group those conscientiously. Okay. Good. Back to business. We got an awesome looking sign there. Okay. You know what? I wonder if I should make the strokes thicker on the foreground trees in panel 1. What do you guys think? Should I make the strokes thicker there? Or am I just fussing over minutia? Lindsay Bose says the text talkers. Not sure if that's a joke about unfornicated typing on his phone, or if it's a joke about TikTokers. We still got 2 people watching on TikTok. I thought it was 350 earlier. I was like, wow, I'm doing so great. That's the number of total different viewers. Oh, okay. I mean, I know I always get better engagement on TikTok than I do on YouTube, just because it's an absolute, like, crowd there on TikTok. Everybody's on TikTok. It's a huge platform, and I have like 2,000 followers there versus 1,000 on YouTube. So the algorithm kind of favors me a little more. I don't know what it is. Oh, Tori Hansa says it's a reference to a topic on Unfornicated's YouTube and store. Code talkers. Okay. like like the Navajo code talkers. Remember that from history class in school. So Unfornicated seems to have the opinion that me wondering if I should widen the strokes of the foreground trees in panel 1 is fussing over minutia. Cool. Thank you for the opinion. I appreciate that. I think I agree. I was definitely persuadable there. Unfornicated says I need to get on TikTok. I almost feel like I should warn you away. Is that bad? I think, like, yes, you get better engagement there, but it's like, I don't know. It feels like such a mixed bag. Such a mixed bag. Okay, Tori says, I will be listening mostly for a bit as I get ready for sleep. Well, thank you still for being here. I appreciate people hanging out, whether they're watching or just listening. Either way. And sleep is important. Heaven knows. All right, so since Dan suggested it may have been fussing over minutia, I'm inclined to just leave the trees the way they are and try to work on the people here. All right. Now let me get my character references back on my screen here. You guys aren't going to see this. I'll pop it on screen for a second here. These are the character sketches I drew last Wednesday. So I'm going to be... I have these over on my other screen to look at while I draw this. Okay. Let's see. Well, I gotta massively reduce my stroke width there. Okay, she's got sleeves that end around her elbows. It's one of those types of shirts. Okay, I gotta remember to actually take my time drawing these strokes. That's one of the things about manga, is that it seems like the artists really... they drew a little slower and more carefully to get the details right. I mentioned that earlier about like not having these like curlicue swoops in strokes. So I keep like... it's okay if it wobbles a little. Like I have certain styles that I go for where if it wobbles a little like that, I'm like, delete it and try again. But this one, I think it's okay. Okay. Oh, So Unfornicated says, exactly, I do the conspiracy debunking, but also on declassified files for historical subjects. That is very cool. Everybody go follow Unfornicated on YouTube, because that sounds like really cool content. Katie says, I'm probably talking to like 4 people, some of whom are already following. But yeah, for what it's worth. Katie says, dealing with TikTok flirts is like babysitting a bunch of Nathan Thompsons, in addition to actual Nathan Thompson, yes. Well, fortunately here, we are not addressing that subject at all. So even if a flat earther wanders in, they have nothing to argue about. I'm just drawing. Unfornicated says, yeah, my daughter has TikTok, and the conspiracy part of that mixed bag is why I made a channel. X is such a waste of an app anymore. I was a military cryptologist, that is why I did the Battle of the Beams debunk, and some in the community wanted to learn about the code talkers. Since I was the first in the field, it was rather enjoyable for me. That is so cool. Yeah. Yeah, I really appreciated you tackling that Battle of the Beams thing. I think the debunker community really benefits from some teamwork. You know, there's different people with different areas of specialty, and I think we complement like the community at large. We tend to complement each other well, I think. So I appreciate you handling that. That's awesome. We got one more apple slice here. It is kind of crazy that weird arguments flat earthers will pull out of the blue. Of course, I said that if a flat earther wanders in here, they'll have nothing to argue about, so maybe I should keep the chatter on that topic to a minimum. Although I don't know how many I have in here. Probably none. Helping flat earthers. He says, drawing. Yes, I'm drawing. He says, I'm doing some 3D modeling on my main account. That is very cool. Do you mean that you're like live streaming it, or you're just like that's a topic that you're covering recently in your content? On YouTube, Unfornicated says, exactly, I don't know much, but I do know communications. I stay in my lane. I'll tag someone else in. I'll tag someone else in for orbital mechanics and relativity. Yeah, I can handle orbital mechanics, but relativity is a whole different monster. That's one for like Dr. Blitz. He's here on TikTok mainly, and he is an actual PhD physicist, and he is amazing. Helping Flat Earthers says, just a topic, doing Maker World Cyberbrick stuff. I don't know what that is. It sounds cool, though. Okay, what am I trying to draw? I'm trying to draw her hand, but it's like I've lost the mental image of what the hand should look like. Okay, her thumb needs to be on this side. Yeah, okay. Okay, these strokes are too thick, aren't they? I need to actually down this a bit. How about 2? Do I need to redraw this? Maybe I need to redraw this. Some people might be frustrated or be like, no, don't delete that. If you want to get good, you can't stay attached to crappy work that you've done. Take my time. I'm trying to remind myself. That looks wrong. Unfornicated on YouTube says, Katie, great. So a bunch of screaming cats on TikTok seeing who gets louder and gets more negative attention. That is basically it, yes. That is basically what TikTok has become. Sometimes I get a little too much in the zone with just like drawing the strokes that I think like I'm trying to picture, and I forget to like step back and think, wait, am I picturing this? Am I even picturing this correctly? Hi, Ambrose. That's my cat. She's come over to say hi. Okay, now we're getting somewhere. Now we are getting somewhere. Uh-oh. You gonna jump up, kitty? You gonna cause trouble? She's such a sweet little kitty. She never means to cause trouble. Aww. I think she's sad because I've got a box in my lap and she wants to jump on my lap. You're so cute, Ambrose. Little kitty. Wow, a mosquito in my face. This is not quite right. Because she's supposed to be grabbing the strap a little bit. There. That's getting there. Sometimes I have to try to, like, look at my own hand in a mirror and try to imitate the pose to sort of judge, like, did I do this right? It looks okay. It almost kind of looks like a Michelangelo hand. His hands, honestly, Michelangelo, he obviously is a great artist. But sometimes, like, the musculature and the angles are a little weird because of that classical Greek style. It's not always the most natural looking pose, or, you know, not always the most natural looking physiology either. So while I have great respect for it, I am not always trying to imitate that. And if it ends up accidentally looking like it, it's not always what I want. Oh, that's a little better, I think. Let's try removing that. Okay, that's good enough. That's plenty good enough. I like it. Now the only question is it the right size? Do I need to nudge the scale up at all? Maybe a little? But now it looks weird. There we go. Yeah, okay, that's good, that's good. some clothing folds. Oh, Unfornicated said, okay, I figure you, Eric Peterson, Toon, Dr. Blitz, and Globy have most of TikTok covered, but I'm happy to assist if need be. I feel like I should know who Eric Peterson is, but I don't. Helping Flat Earthers. Oh, Helping Flat Earthers sent a rose. Thank you so much, Helping Flat Earthers. Oh, Katie, you might be right. Is it Planet Peterson? Yeah. Okay. I honestly haven't seen almost any of his Flat Earth debunking content. I've mostly seen him like, cause like I have some atheist friends who are sending it, cause like, you know, anti-religious stuff, or anti-Christian stuff. I mean, I, I'm not, I don't have a dog in that fight really. If somebody doesn't want to, be a Christian, they don't have to be a Christian. I'm a Christian, so yeah, I'm not into that content. Anyway, I did see Planet Peterson talking to Free here on TikTok. It wasn't here on TikTok. I don't know if it was or not. But Free he's in the TikTok crowd, so the people here know who that is. Anyway, I did see that, or at least one of those. So that was fun. It was pretty hilarious. Hi, Ambrose. Little visit from the kitty. Uh-oh, you're clicking buttons, Ambrose. I know, there's not much room for you up here. I'm sorry, kitty. She's in front of the mic. I love you, Ambrose. Okay, I've just noticed another problem here. I'm drawing her armpit in the wrong place. If her arm is not that thick, then I need to move this outer line and do some more like folds like that. Okay, that's too far. Because I've drawn the hand where it is. Oh my goodness, how did I delete the thumb? Where did that get? Ah. There it is. Uh-oh. Did I just make a big mistake? No, okay, we're good, we're good. Bingo. Alright, I just rescued myself from a disaster. Not too big of a disaster. I'm using hyperbole, but I rescued myself from a problem using a bunch of fast keystrokes and techniques that I don't know. Let me know if you guys want me to explain what I just did. And Lindsay Bo says, "Air isn't air. Free 2025." Yeah, he's certainly said some pretty interesting things in the past. That's definitely true. Okay, finally I'm gonna draw the backpack strap here. Okay, now we're in business, I feel like. That's much better. I am gonna need a bathroom break. I will be right back, guys. Alright. Looks like I have not been kicked off of TikTok yet. Or YouTube. We're good to go. Awesome. Just making sure we're still good. Alright, I'm gonna zoom in a little on my character reference here. Put that back on my other screen. Okay, I actually don't like the way her head is tilted there. I'm gonna switch back to the sketches layer briefly and try to fix that. That was an oversight. Do I have the right strokes here? Okay. Um, she's supposed to be turning her head, but not tilting her head that far. Because she's not, like, yeah, that's just the wrong pose. Okay, it looks good. Going back to the ink layer. Alright, there we go. I don't know if I'm going to be trying to imitate the manga style of face. Like the. Because Japanese anime and manga, obviously, it's a cartoon style, and they have a certain style of how the characters' faces tend to look, and I don't know if I'm going to try to imitate that here. Because I don't. Like, it's. I don't know. It's just not my style. Not unless, a client very specifically asks for that. And I once did have a client very specifically ask for that in the characters' faces. You can actually see some of that on my portfolio, the Flying Fix-It shop. I illustrated that book. So Proud on TikTok says, I stared with Blender, lol, than the Windows version of Procreate. Lately I've been painting anime. Oh, started with Blender? Okay. Cool. Blender is a wildly different kind of software. Do you mean like Blender's grease pencil specifically? Or are you saying that you are doing like 3D CGI or modeling? Art is not a cheap hobby, I learned. I mean, I'm using all free and open source software right now. This is Inkscape. Inkscape is free. If you go to inkscape.org, that's INKSCAPE, like ink and landscape. Inkscape. And I've been using Inkscape for like 24, 25 years. I think it's a great program. Like, it doesn't give me any problems really most of the time. And I've learned to work around or adapt to its quirks or its limitations. I've discussed a few of those here tonight so far. Like, for example, when I want to fill in between these strokes, I'm going to have to use the Bezier pen tool and redo all of the outlines. But, like, I don't mind. At this point, I've adapted to that. And if it saves me having to pay for an Adobe subscription, all the better, right? Inks. So, yeah. I guess I've found a way to be a cheapskate artist. Maybe that's the point I'm trying to make. Oh, he says I thought I could make 3D NFTs in Blender at first. That's the goal. That was the goal. That's interesting. 3D NFTs. He says, but then I learned it takes a lot more than just a program and an idea, but I haven't fully given up. I have no idea what it would take to make NFTs. That's certainly something I can't say anything about. But I have used Blender a lot. It did take me many years to learn Blender to the point where I can use it today. One big lesson that I learned with Blender, and actually all 3D modeling programs, almost all, is that most of the time they are very stupid. So like if you perform an operation on your mesh, for example, and you get bad vertex data from that operation, that program is most likely, in most cases, not even going to detect it for you, let alone fix it. And then if you don't notice it and you keep working with your mesh while there's bad vertex data, then it can start to compound, and consequences will become, nasty later. So you got to like basically keep in mind what data you're putting into the program, and try to keep it clean as you go. Learning that was a big learning step for me, and I think my 3D artwork really improved after that. Even though it's a lot of hard work, like to fix your mesh data as you go, especially if you're doing like Boolean operations. Most programs, the Boolean operations in particular, tend to create mesh errors, and you have to clean them up. The program's not going to do that for you. You have to learn how to detect them, how to look for them, and when you find them, how to clean them up. And yeah, it takes some work. Sometimes some elbow grease, like just sitting there clicking through each vertex, like so. Yeah. Oh, let's see. Proud says, I'm sure you've run into Stingray on here. He has a bunch of Blender simulations. Yes, Stingray's pretty cool. Although, the ones I've seen, he's made like basically to illustrate concepts for flat earthers, and you don't always need super complex geometry in your mesh geometry in order to build those demonstrations. You just need to basically understand like how to put materials on objects and how to put lights in your scene, how to position cameras, that sort of thing, which is a little bit more basic, but yeah, Stingray's cool. Stupid dogs. Proud says it would help the Flat Earth side if we could create some of those. Help our claims. Oh, Proud, are you a Flat Earther? That's okay. I'm not going to, like, start an argument about it or anything. I was just curious. I'm just drawing here tonight, so I'm not trying to open that topic. I was just curious. We got on YouTube, Abstract Carnival says, I saw this pop up on my recommendations and had to check it out. Oh, welcome, Abstract Carnival. Thank you for joining. We're always glad to have new viewers hanging out with us. I'm starting to get a little bit in the zone, so I was chatting a little bit less. Chattering a little less is perhaps what I meant to say. I try to keep an eye on the chat, so if people chat, I can, participate. I don't want you guys to feel like you're just watching me. This is supposed to be a hangout. But, I guess what I meant was, like, I was providing a little more commentary previously on what I was doing. But now I'm starting to get a little bit in the zone, so, like, the commentary is not quite as forthcoming. There we go. Okay. Yeah, there we go. Wait a minute. And, pretty specific hairstyle I was going for here. That looks a little too frizzy. Is that what I want? I think I can do it a little better. This side is wrong. Okay. I'm trying to look at my character sketch because I did a really good job on the hair in the character sketch. Yeah. It's not quite right. We got Chaotic Duality in this live stream on TikTok. Welcome. Just hanging out while I draw. Okay, I think it needs to be a little thicker in the back at the top there. It's too spiky. Actually, maybe that's wrong too. It's getting there. That's one thing about manga is the hair is really important to get right. Is that good? That might be good. I think the hair, oops, wrong tool. I think the hair on this side should be a little less poofy. Maybe. Oops. I might have to cut this stroke. I showed how I do that earlier. How about just right there? There we go. Maybe that's good the way it is. Yeah, I think I like that actually. Now I'm gonna add a few more strokes around here for texturing. Okay. There. And I do apologize, guys. I will be right back again. I am back. Okay. I've been going for almost three and a half hours, and it's actually going to be getting dark soon where I am. I can probably go for many more hours this evening. I'll check with my wife about it, but it's occurring to me that I am not on track to finish inking all 4 pages of this graphic novel, this manga, whatever, before I have to quit tonight. Unless I stay doing this all night, literally overnight until the next morning, which I was not planning to do. So I might have to split this up into 2 streams, at least 2. We'll see. Okay, these fingers are too long before the first knuckle. I gotta redraw all of these strokes. That's not too shabby here. Alright, let's compare size to her face and to the other hand. Maybe could use being a little larger. Okay, I don't like the way that looks. Let me fix that. There we go. Not bad. Now we go to drawing her next shoulder. Okay. Not too bad so far here. So one of the most challenging things that I find about clothing, besides getting the folds right, is getting the like just the right balance of having it like draped versus following the contours of the body. It's a tough thing to do that. I don't want it to look like she's wearing yoga pants. These are supposed to be jeans. That's a little better, I think. Yeah. Yeah, good enough, I guess. Okay. Now these are going to be hiking shoes of some kind. I got a fluorescent bulb that's looks like it's about ready to blow. Yikes. It's strobing now and also buzzing. I don't like that. Okay. I just realized she needs to be looking down more. And in order to make her look down more without making her look surprised, her eyelids actually need to go down. I might need to redraw those. There. That fold looks a little strange. Oh, the fluorescent stabilized for now. That's good. I don't want that thing to blow up on me. There we go. Sometimes it's a challenge to get just the right stroke thickness for what I'm looking for. Alright, almost done with the mom. I just gotta draw one more shoe. Alright, we got the mom fully inked. That's great. Let's take a look how it looks without the other layers here. That's the ink layer. It's not too bad, if I do say so myself. I think we could use just a little extra here in the hair. Okay. So let's see how this looks now. Not bad. Alright, if you guys think I should give the kid a hat, Lindsay Bo says, darn, that's a lot of tinkering. Looking good. Thank you. Yeah, I sometimes get a little bit fussy about the details. Like, for instance, this looks to me like a bald patch right here. Maybe I can fix that real quick. Okay, I'm done with the hair. I swear, I'm done with the hair now. Alright, do you guys think I should give the kid a hat after all? And should he lose it partway through the story? Gotta reposition my character sketch reference here for the kid. I'm down to 1 viewer on TikTok. I guess TikTokers find this boring. That's okay. I've got 4 people on YouTube right now. Awesome. Well, thank you guys so much for hanging out. I appreciate it. So. Oh my gosh. I forgot her backpack. She's got straps for no reason. Alright, let's see. Now, in the interest of time, I am going to resist Googling pictures of hiker backpacks. I think I'm going to just wing it here. It's probably unwise. I probably should actually Google pictures of hiker backpacks. Katie says just draw a lumpy rectangle. That's basically what I've just done. Oh boy. Hopefully it's good enough. It's good enough, right? Oh, I know. I could just, like, put some random, like, cross-hatching in here. Like, yeah, pretend there's detail here. Right? It is usually more of a canvasy material anyway, so having some texture there from cross-hatching is not a bad thing. And it will basically provide the illusion of detail. To be honest, like, the eye will see, like, a density there of, like, high contrast stuff. And it will just look good. There. I cheated. All right. Oops. bit of inking in here. Yeah, I'll leave that. I hesitated because I wasn't sure, like, do I want to leave room for the color layer to provide just a really dark flesh tone inside the mouth rather than it being solid black? And I was like, you know what? No, I don't want that level of detail. Just creates more work for myself. Okay, before I start on the kid, I will be right back, guys. Sorry for all the breaks. Be right back. I am back. I'm gonna check something real quick. Yeah, okay. Looking good. Alright. What did I just do? I accidentally clicked the wrong thing. That was weird. Okay. Oh. Alright, time to draw Haley Joel Osment. Without any actual references. It's just going to be a character vaguely in my brain, kind of based on him, or based on his face. But he'll be whatever he'll be. And I think I will give him a hat. For now. It'll be like a... Kind of a safari hat type thing. Oh, TikTok wants me to solve a puzzle to prove I'm still there. Yes, I'm still there. Thank you, TikTok. Your vigilance is not appreciated. Okay. I am actually going to Google a picture of a hiker hat. Is that what I'm picturing? Safari hat? Okay, there's different types. The brim needs to be shorter. And there are not ridges like that. Okay, so let's see. That's a little better. Yeah, here we go. That's better. also feel like he's kind of got a Rin Tin Tin type of look to him. If I remember correctly how that character looked. I'm trying to select the hat. There's a whole bunch of wild strokes here. Okay. I think I got it. There we go. It needs to be a little smaller to fit on the head that I've drawn. Okay, good enough. Got a few people on TikTok who just joined. Welcome. It's always nice to have new viewers. I appreciate you joining. Just hanging out and drawing. That's all we're doing here. His hand is too small for his face. I actually have a little nick in the Wacom screen right there. And so my my pen was catching on it. I had to move the drawing. Ah. Shoot, what's he supposed to be grabbing here? I need to draw the strap actually in his hand. Got a few other people scrolling through. Welcome, guys, if you happen to stop and take a look. Thanks for joining. Just hanging out and drawing. That's all we're doing here. I know what looks so wrong about this. Holy crap. That's what I get for not cutting the stroke and editing the nodes instead. Wow. All of that just needs to go. There we go. Alright. Yeah, so this... I'm gonna go ahead and cut this stroke. Yeah, so his hair was not like continuing upward where his head should have been. I just like looked up and kind of noticed that. It had been bothering me. I'm like, what looks so wrong with his head? There's something wrong with the way the hat is sitting on his head. And then it hit me. I was like, oh, it's because his hair doesn't continue there. Okay. And even now, the hat is still sitting a little bit forward on his head. Alright, let's see if we can separate these things. Bingo. We got the hat. Undo. Again, this is a little technique that does not work in Adobe Illustrator. Separating the strokes by repositioning them so that you can select them, and then undoing. Because in Adobe Illustrator, when you undo, it changes your selection, so you can't use that technique. Okay, that's looking a little better. Yeah, there we go. I wonder if the host's dogs blame me for the fireworks. Like, I knew that guy was up to something. He's blowing up the neighborhood. Okay. Um. Thought there was a mosquito on my hand. There was not. Hmm. I might have just ruined the face. Let me see. Hmm. Okay. Done fussing with that for now. Looks like some people are sharing the live. Thank you so much. And thanks for joining, anyone who does. I think I'm down to one viewer on TikTok at the moment, though. But yeah. Somebody shared the live, it looks like. So thanks for that. Okay. In the character sketch, I gave him long sleeves, but he's hiking, um, and I kind of forgot about the long sleeves. Short sleeves might make more sense anyway. Whatever, but I do still kind of want to give him stripes on his shirt. I don't know. That might be best accomplished in the color layer only, though. So I'm going to leave that the way it is and work on the shorts now. Okay. Kind of want to give his shorts like some cargo pockets. Oh, wait a minute. I'm drawing this in slightly the wrong perspective. Just slightly. Katie says, draw a lumpy rectangle for him too. Cargo pockets equals lumpy rectangle. I mean, you're not wrong. Okay. So, yeah, this was... I drew it a little bit too much coming toward the camera. One of those rare cases where instead of forgetting to apply 3D perspective, I apply it where it doesn't belong. I get overzealous. Okay. How's this gonna look? Put treads on his shoes, just like his mom's shoes. Got a couple viewers on TikTok who keep joining through a shared invite. Thank you so much, whoever shared, and thank you all for joining. Just hanging out and drawing, that's all we're doing. His foot looks tiny. Why does his foot look so tiny? I think it's because of this... yeah, this is... the toe needs to be a little more pronounced. And so does this corner. There we go. There we go. That's a little better. Almost done with the kid here. Okay, now that foot is way too big. That's a little better. Oh yeah, the kid also needs a backpack. Who could have thought? Alright, we're gonna do the same strategy here of like hiding detail using cross-hatching that we did with the mom's backpack. There we go. Alright, we have a mom and her son. Katie says, we learned earlier how to draw a backpack. It rhymes with dumpy left angle. Yes, it does. As it happens, you are correct. All right. Well, that's not too shabby. What do you think? What do you guys think? We got the makings of a very nice panel here. Now all that's left is to draw the scenery and then paint. I can actually leave that layer off. Katie says looks good and lumpy rectangly. Next page. Don't be flippant, Katie. So oh, that's a log that I put on the path. I was trying to figure out what these little strokes were. It's a log, I think. Yeah, okay. I'll go ahead and draw the log. Oops. It is a weird thing when I try to use that dragging feature after I've just interacted with the layers panel. It does something weird. Okay, well, first of all, let's put a little bit of scenery in here. Oh, thank you. My wife had to jog me there. What? Oh, come on. That was weird. TikTok is poopy. Before I start doing grass, I should make room for myself to actually put a different color on that. Yeah, that's gonna be important. Well, guys, I'm thinking I'm gonna have to call it quits soon. I'm getting hungry. I'm sure my wife's probably hungry. I know I had a snack earlier, but I have been streaming for over 5 hours, and I think YouTube might have a limit of like 6 hours. Unless it's 12 hours. It's either 6 or 12 hours. I don't remember. And I don't want to hit that limit. So what I think I'm going to do is finish inking this panel and save color for another day. Or maybe for later tonight. Maybe. No promises. Just checking on things here. Thank you everyone who's still watching and hanging out. So good to have you. Yeah, let's I'm gonna finish up inking this panel and then call it quits for now. I'm trying to keep all the strokes logically separated into groups because I'm going to use those to color them differently. And also to adjust the stacking order. I can go ahead and turn that layer off now, I think. Yeah, we're all done with that layer. We can turn that one on though. Well, for now. Maybe I'll put it back off. Little Ambrose. The kitty is back. Sweet little Ambrose. I'm almost done here. Let me show you the kitty. This will be for the YouTube audience mainly, I guess. Let me see what I'm doing. Yeah, there's the kitty. I had to use a different camera for TikTok because the two streaming services, or streaming applications were fighting over the camera. Oh well. The people on TikTok will just have to trust us that she is a cute kitty. TikTok is such a poop storm. Every 5 minutes it thinks I'm inactive. It's like, no, I'm just drawing. That's what the stream is. Of course, it was doing that even when I had like active like guests joining and having an active discussion here, like talking about flat Earth. It was doing that even then. So it's like, it's impossible to please the stupid thing. They really, it's such a broken algorithm that they wrote. Welcome, Richard P. I'm going to be finishing up soon, just hanging out and drawing. I've been going for 5.5 hours, so I'm going to be probably closing out the stream when I finish inking this panel, and then my wife and I will find food, and yeah. But thank you for joining. Okay. Working on a collection or individual pieces? Are you talking about the drawings? These are panels for a manga that I'm drawing. It's like a four-page manga that I oh, thank you, Verify. I storyboarded this manga on Wednesday, streamed it to my YouTube channel while I was working. There was something broken with my TikTok, so I couldn't stream then on TikTok. But you can find the playback on my YouTube channel. It's like another Hangout while I draw stream. Yeah, so on Wednesday, I storyboarded this 4-page manga, and today I was inking the first page. So, that's what this is. Do you guys want to see the full story before I close out the stream? Alright. So I'm going to go ahead and export this. And close that. So the full story is here. People on TikTok are gonna have trouble seeing that. Hold on. I'm gonna have to drag the window around for people on TikTok. Okay, so this is the first page. Let me actually see if I can... Hold on. Scene layout, display capture, unlock. Let's see if I can drag this window bigger on TikTok. Remind me, guys, to put it back when I'm done. Okay, can I zoom in a little bit? Yeah, that doesn't... Okay. Yeah. So, panel 1. Mom, it's been hours. When will we set up camp? No, it's been 24 minutes. Be patient, we're almost there. Second panel, just be glad I'm the one carrying most of our gear. And there's a beware sign there. Next page, they see a creature sleeping on a rock. Kid runs forward. Whoa, a real-life mountain salamander. The mom grabs him by the backpack and says, "Don't, those teeth could take your arm off in a second." Let's go around. It'll be safer. The creature watches them leave. Third page. Hooray, we made it. They're arriving at the camp. Then the creature runs and grabs the kid. Mom screams and chases. Follows it into a cave. Verify says, just looking at the sketch and it already looks good. Thank you so much, guys. And last panel here, or last page. She gets to the cave and Ambrose says, oh my goodness, Ambrose. You silly little kitty. You're clicking stuff on my laptop. I can't even see if you're causing trouble or not because you're in the way. You silly kitty. Aww. She loves me. She's so sweet. I love you too, Ambrose. You're the best little kitty. Aww. Okay, she's happy. Okay, so they get inside the cave. Verify says the content we're looking for. Or no, Verify said, Richard P said the content we're here for. Yeah, so then they get in. The mom gets to the cave, and the kid says, "Mom, I'm okay." They hug, and then, boom! The volcano goes off and erupts. They look outside the cave. There's like a pyroclastic flow passing them right outside the cave mouth. The kid says, or the mom says, "Oh, we could have been killed." The kid says, "I think the salamander was saving us." The mom says, "I guess you're right." So, that's the story. Oh my goodness, TikTok. It's convinced there's inactivity. I don't even understand, like, what it could be confused about, that whether there's activity or not. I'm talking, I'm changing what's on the screen, whatever. TikTok is dumb. Okay, so that's the story. I'm going to try to put this back on my TikTok layout. Yeah. There we go. Verify says that's cool. Mr. P says I like. Thank you guys. I appreciate your encouragement. Well, I'm going to call it quits for the evening, at least for now. I guess we'll see if I stream again later tonight or something. But my wife and I should probably find something to eat, and yeah. Thank you all so much for being here. Thank you for hanging out and being supportive. I really appreciate it. I hope you guys have a good night. Alright, so gonna end the stream on TikTok. Lindsay Bo says it's coming along. Yep. Thank you. Alright, good night, guys.